morning, ladies and gentlemen. The members of the jury are present. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Frederick Kravitz.
Good morning. You stand to be sworn in?
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Sir, please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Frederick Mark Kravitz, K-R-A, V as in Victor, I-T-Z, as in zebra.
So the microphone that you use is the one that's right in front of your folder?
Right here. So
It
doesn't move.
Oh,
Maybe you can just scoot up.
scoot over.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Kravitz. Thank you for being here, sir.
Sure.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm sorry, what it is?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychologist, retired psychologist.
And when did you retire?
2017.
Okay. And did you specialize in a particular area of psychology?
I was pretty much a generalist. I worked with children, families, some adults as well.
And were you a clinical psychologist?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means that you're trained in working with diseases, psychopathology, skilled at counseling.
And did you ever do any forensic work?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means? What's the difference between clinical and forensic psychology?
Forensic would be people who primarily specialize in court-related matters. The only experience I have in forensic is with custody conciliation and custody visitation work.
Okay. So the majority of your practice would have been exclusively clinical psychology as a general clinical psychologist?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Chicago, a master's from Duke University, and a doctorate from Northwestern University.
Okay. And how long did you practice, sir?
I practiced for approximately 10 years in Chicago and Illinois, where I was a licensed psychologist, and 30 years in South Florida.
Okay, so for a total
As a Florida licensed psychologist as well.
So you have about 40 years of clinical psychology experience?
Yes.
And you said the primary population was families and children?
Yes.
And did you provide individual counseling services to children?
Individual, families, marital.
I'd like to draw your attention to April 4th of 2007. So I know that that's a while ago. We're all mindful that there has been a lapse in time since you saw Nikolas Cruz. But do you remember Nikolas Cruz being one of your patients?
Yes.
Do you remember the length of services, the length of time he was with you?
Looking at the record as I did, there were about 15 sessions over 13 months.
Okay.
During the time when he was 8 to 9 years old. An 8-year-old in first grade when I first saw him.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
You may.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Dr. Kravitz, I'm going to show you some documents.
Okay.
Can you please tell me if you recognize those documents?
Yes, this is the intake form that was used when Nikolas first came in with his mother.
Can you glance through the notes without telling anybody what it is, just to see if you recognize those documents?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Yes, this is the whole clinical file.
And the notes that you just reviewed, would they have been, would you have memorialized the meetings that you had with the Cruz family,
Yes,
either contemporaneously or shortly thereafter?
correct.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review the clinical
Yes, I
file?
have.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would seek to introduce 1T as a composite. It also includes the business record certification and authenticity.
Does the state have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, without objection, defense 1T for identification will be received as 33.
While that's being marked by the clerk, I'm just going to ask you some general questions.
Okay.
When there's a new patient that arrives at your office, is there a procedure that you follow, documents that have to be filled out?
Yes, well, for a child, the parent fills out the intake form with a little bit of a history, presenting reasons, and some demographic information as well.
Okay. So this intake form provides you with some initial information in which you can start building?
That is correct.
So why is that important? Why is the intake form important?
Well, it gives you some idea who you're dealing with, where they come from, what the presenting issues are.
And do you have those documents in front of you as well, sir? You have your clinical file?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up some documents,
Okay.
and let me know if you can see this. It's composite of Defense Exhibit 33. Okay. What is this document, sir?
Yeah, that would be the initial page that Linda Cruz filled out when she and Nikolas came in on September 24th, no, that's his date of birth, I'm sorry, 4/26/2007.
Okay. And there's just some general information here, including insurance information.
Correct.
And presentment. I think at the very bottom it says, presenting problem?
I think that's what it is, yes, at the bottom.
And that indicates what?
She said just anxious at that point.
And when you initially reviewed the intake form, because you obviously didn't do it, do you make a recommendation as for how often the family should come to you and receive services?
Well, you do your initial workup, and depending on the presenting problem and the people involved, yes, you do some idea of when you want to see them.
Okay. And on this document, there's a question that said, can patient be seen 2 times per week? Do you see where it says that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's an indication that the patient could be seen 2 times a week?
Right. That would be with the insurance.
Okay.
That's part of the insurance information. If necessary, they can be seen more than once a week.
Was there any other documentation that would have been filled out by the parent prior to the initial session?
Yes, the other pages.
Okay, and that's the...
Oh, actually, I apologize. This was filled in by my secretary when they called and set up the appointment.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this parent identification form.
Yes, that would be the paperwork that Linda filled out,
Okay,
Mrs. Cruz.
This would have been her actual handwriting.
Yes.
Okay, so how much do you rely on the information that the parent gives you in making some determinations as to what services you'll provide?
Well, it's initial baseline, and you really don't know much about who you're dealing with till someone tells you something.
So it gives you a baseline.
Yes.
So you have to rely on the information that you're providing.
Correct.
Okay. So here, this is just some kind of general information in terms of patient information and the child's information, and it appears here that Ms. Cruz was referred to you by someone else.
Yes, Dr. Stephen Moskowitz. He was the treating child psychiatrist.
Did you ever have any communications with Dr.
Yes,
Moskowitz?
I spoke to him a couple of times prior to him coming in as well.
And is that kind of standard practice as a result of a referral that you reach out to the?
Sometimes it's ideal, but doesn't always happen.
Okay, but in this case it did happen?
Yes.
So this is page 2 of that questionnaire. And number 1 indicates this is the mom advising you of what she believes the major problems and what she's seeking help for.
Correct.
And can you tell me what it says there?
I'm sorry?
Under number 1, does it appear to you that the major problems according to
Anxiety, nervous temper.
Okay. And then she indicates that this behavior has been occurring once a year?
One
For
year.
the last year? I apologize.
Yeah, 1 year.
And there's also an indication that he is receiving some additional services, or at some point had received some services from Dr. Moskowitz, correct?
Correct.
And then once again, she indicates what led them to seek the services: anxiety, lack of temper, control in school.
Yes.
And then she provides you with some additional information that he has a family counselor at his elementary school, correct?
Correct.
All this information is important to you. Why?
It gives me some idea of what's going on, who's involved in the case.
And then mom fills out, this is mom's, what she sees as the problems that
Correct.
or in the school or in general. And what would those issues be? Can you just read them off, the ones that are checked?
Yes, the ones that are checked. Difficulty concentrating, trouble with memory, unreasonable fears, anxious and tense, angry, act before thinking, school problems, loss of appetite.
And then the pediatrician, his name is also indicated, correct?
Correct.
Now, you, as a clinical psychologist, you don't actually prescribe medication, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it important for you to know what medication your patients are on?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if there's any changes in the medication, is it important that you're aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. So at the time of this intake, there's an indication that Nikolas was receiving 54 milligrams of Concerta.
Yes.
Now, if you don't feel comfortable. Okay, I was just trying to speed along. I'll have him read it all in. Can you please read question number 3 and how it was answered?
How would you characterize your child's health? Excellent.
And number 4, is there any indication under that question?
No, none.
Okay. And how about number 5 and 6?
No and no.
Okay, now we're going to go to page 5. Page 5, Mr. Marcus. What is interpersonal history? What does that mean?
How he deals with other people.
You able to see that okay? Okay. And the first question?
How does your child relate to peers? She said okay.
And then number 2?
Is your child basically, she said friendly.
Okay. And then she indicates number 3. Go ahead and read the question and the answer.
I'm sorry, number 3.
Yes, sir.
Outdoor play and TV.
Did it appear from this intake form that he was involved in any clubs or teams or organizations?
No.
And number 5?
She said no to child social activities.
Is there any indication that she answered number 6? If you could read that question, please.
No, she didn't.
And did you ever ask her about that particular question in any other form during your sessions?
Yes, she said he was, could be sweet and affectionate.
And number 7?
She was concerned with temper, loss of control of his temper, anxiety, particularly in school.
And then 8, his response to how she deals with those behaviors?
Right, we talked about the issue.
And then number 9, how he responds to discipline?
Okay.
Okay. And then as we go through the educational history, she indicates some of his strengths and weaknesses academically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And number 4, so now you know him when he comes into you as a first grader, correct?
Correct.
And she indicates to you, what about his school performance in number 4?
Yes, that it's changed and it's much better.
And why is it important for you to know if the student is receiving any type of special needs or special education services? Why is that important?
Well, gives you some idea of what the challenges are, what the issues are with the child.
And then 6, did she advise you whether or not Nikolas had ever repeated a grade?
Yes, he had repeated the cluster program for kindergarten.
I'm sorry, you repeated?
The cluster program for kindergarten.
Thank you.
Do you know what the cluster program is?
Yes, it's for children with emotional and behavioral difficulties. Typically, the logic is it's a very small classroom. I think at one point, it could have been with Nikolas, but I won't promise. There was a teacher, an aide, and 4 students. So it's almost basically a one-on-one intervention for kids who can't be contained in a regular classroom.
Okay. And then there's some questions about whether or not he's been suspended or expelled, and there's an indication of suspension. Would you agree?
Right, he was suspended once for a day in January of 2007.
Okay, and then number 10, how does Ms. Cruz describe his behavior?
Sometimes aggressive and anxious. He's very sensitive.
And then page 6 of your report,
Yes.
family history. Why is it important to know patient's family history?
Well, we want to know, certainly from a genetic standpoint, what's involved and what the gene pool is like.
And what about whether or not the mother had received any prenatal care? Would that matter to you?
Of course.
Tell us why, please.
Because obviously it's very important for the adequate development of the fetus. And certainly it's affected by many factors, both physiological and environmental.
And what other information would you want to know about the pregnancy? Or one of your patients?
Well, it would have been nice if she pointed out the adoption and the history of the birth mother.
Okay.
She did mention some of that in the interview, but it's not down on these notes.
Okay. So do you remember any conversation that you had with her about adoption?
Yes, I knew that Nikolas had been adopted. I knew that they'd also adopted his younger brother, Zachary, from the same woman, that they were probably half-siblings. I knew that the mother had some issues with substance abuse and probably some psychiatric issues as well.
Why is that important for you to know, sir?
Because obviously the fetus can be affected by the various things going on in terms of development. For example, we know smoke is harmful to a fetus, but we also know that drugs are even more harmful, as well as alcohol and other stimulants. And we know some of the medication that's prescribed by the physician can also be harmful.
There is some information about the child's parent, and at this time when Nikolas is 8 years old, how old is his mother, Linda Cruz?
7.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, how old was his?
His adopted mother.
Oh, she
Number
would have
2?
been 57.
Okay. And she was a homemaker, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they also indicate that the document also indicates that he has a brother. And how was the relationship with the brother, Zachary?
Their relationship was rather tumultuous.
Is that unusual for 2 boys that are close in age?
Not at all unusual. They probably raised it to an art form.
I'm sorry, sir.
They raised it to an art form. I think
Art
that
form?
art form. Nikolas was very easily set off, and I think Zachary derived some pleasure from doing so. Zachary was basically the more functional of the brothers, but he seemed to derive some pleasure from pushing Nikolas's buttons.
Now, the last question on this document is please list other pertinent information not previously asked. And that's left empty, correct?
Correct.
But would you have obtained some other pertinent information? Like with the
If she volunteered it, yes.
Okay, and would that be the information that you just told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the adoption and?
Yes.
And then what was your initial recommendation for treatment?
Well, can I start with my initial impressions of Nikolas? Is that?
Let me back you up first.
Okay.
Doctor, sorry about that. Can you tell me about the referral and what information you were provided from Dr. Moskowitz as to?
Primarily that he was being treated for an attention deficit disorder, and there was a lot of conduct disorder as well.
I'm sorry?
A lot of conduct disorder as well.
Okay. And what is conduct disorder? Tell ladies and gentlemen about
Sure.
that.
Conduct disorder would be a variety of things. In Nikolas's cases, it would be his acting out, having tantrums, anger outbursts, low frustration tolerance, refusal to do things, running away at times.
And the referral, did it include any other requests for services or anything that Dr. Moskowitz believed that the family needed?
Well, I think the implication was to help him both with his attention span and his anger control, and primarily to work with mom to be more consistent in her discipline of the child, and to hopefully model for him some more appropriate behavior.
Okay. So that's the kind of the referral question, and then
Correct.
you start your services. Did you believe that Ms. Cruz needed some assistance in parenting skills, or?
Oh, absolutely.
And tell me what you mean by that. What do you think she could have benefited from on what you were trying to do?
I think she truly loved these boys, but I do think she was overwhelmed in caring for them and somewhat depressed since her husband had passed away 2 or 3 years before I saw Nikolas, which left her as a single parent to 2 very out-of-control children.
Okay. Did she seem receptive to your suggestions?
She was receptive, but she was very private. She felt that people had already been judging her a great deal, and she was a little bit skittish. So I spent a lot of time trying to develop a closer relationship with her and try to reassure her that I was not being judgmental, that these were very difficult boys. But I think she also had some anger issues.
And did you
Anger issues, just as the boys push each other's buttons, they were very good at pushing hers as well.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about how she dealt with those anger issues?
Yes, but I'm not sure how accurate that was.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure how accurate what she described was. My sense of it is she lost her cool frequently.
Okay.
And backed down a great deal, gave in to the boys, which only made the situation much worse.
Okay. So can you tell me if there's some overwhelming, what's the best way to ensure that there's going to be some success in treatment? Are there any particular factors that contribute to whether or not there's progress or a lack of progress?
Probably patients' motivation and the relationship you build with them. Obviously, in a young child, it would be all through the parent or parents, pretty much. Unfortunately, with Linda, I don't feel we were terribly successful.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, with Linda.
Want some water?
Yes, that would help. Sure. That's why it's a little water. Thank you. Hopefully that'll help.
That's okay. Madam, Ms. Bailey?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
I forgot it too, so she's going to.
The question is, so can you tell me if there's overwhelming ... what's the best way to ensure there's some success in treatment? Are there any particular factors that contribute, whether there's progress or a lack of progress?
Yes, that would be the motivation of the patient or the parent, as well as the nature of the relationship you have with the parent or the patient.
Who did you spend more time with during your services?
Probably more with Mom than with Nikolas.
Why is that?
Because it was very important that whatever techniques I was trying to teach Nikolas, Mother was aware of them and could practice at home. There's only so much you can do in an office within a session.
So you have this session and you teach Mom skills?
I would see Mom first. She would give me an update on what was going on for a period of time. Usually I'd put Nick in the playroom while I was with Mom, so he'd keep his hands busy pretty much. And depending how that goes, then I would go in and see Nikolas as well. You do that because, number one, you want to have some update of what's been going on in the family. And number two, particularly with older kids, usually adolescents, you don't want to necessarily be meeting with the parent afterwards and have the kid feel that you're spilling whatever they confided in you.
Okay. So during those sessions with Ms. Cruz, were you trying to give her some interventions or some strategies to deal
Yes, we talked about consistent discipline. We talked about using appropriate rewards. We talked about not overreacting to things. We talked about modeling what we call I feel statements, trying to get Nick to articulate his feelings in words a little bit better and not in actions, not acting them out quite so directly. We taught some strategies to do that. It was modeled for Mom, and the goal was for her to follow through with Nick and practice at home. And then I would practice with Nick in the session as well.
So obviously you were never in the Cruz home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you get the impression based on Nikolas's behavior when you met with him and Mom's responsiveness that those interventions and those strategies were being used at home?
I don't think they were very much. Okay. I think she'd throw up her hands too readily.
Just kind of give up, overwhelmed
Yes.
and frustrated?
Okay. And again, I stress these were very difficult children.
You just made some references to teaching Nikolas I feel statements. What's the purpose behind that?
Well, because whenever Nikolas got frustrated or angry, he'd lash out. He'd throw something, he'd hit something, he'd tear something up, whatever. The goal of I feel statements is to identify how you feel, articulate your feelings, share it with someone, and hopefully be able to express it without the aggression that was so prevalent with him.
So during the 13 months that you worked with Nikolas, how did that progress, working on the I feel statements? Was he able to identify his emotions?
To a minimal amount. As I said, the sessions were too far apart to really do what we wanted to get done. And initially, I think they were every couple of weeks, and then it was once a month or even a couple of months between sessions. Very hard to accomplish very much in that.
So what was your recommendation in terms of how many times Ms. Cruz?
Ideally, I would have liked to have seen him at least once a week for a while.
Okay. So we're talking ideally, if you saw him over 13 months, maybe excluding some holidays, probably 52 sessions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember how many sessions Linda and Nikolas had?
15.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Cruz about would you consider that consistency in treatment? First of all.
Very difficult to treat under those circumstances.
Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Cruz about that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about those conversations, please?
Generally, I just pointed out to her that if we were going to make progress, we needed more consistency. To the best of my recollection, she would say, yeah, and nothing would really change.
So let's talk about the sessions you did have with Nikolas. What was some of the behavior that you observed, some of the conversations that you had?
Well, Nikolas was a very peculiar little child. He was 8. He probably acted like he was maybe 6 at the most. I was aware of the fact Mom had mentioned that he'd been even more problematic as a little child, and she felt that he'd made some gains, problematic though he continued to be. A lot of psychopathology, anxious, tense, short attention span, at times a little bit hyper, obviously aggressive. What am I leaving out? Fearful at times, rather withdrawn.
Let's talk about being withdrawn and fearful. First, withdrawn. In engaging with Nikolas, do you believe that he struggled with social skills and communication with other people?
Yes.
Okay. How was his eye contact?
How do you?
How was his eye contact when he spoke to you?
It was hard to get him to look at me initially. Oftentimes with young kids, we'll give them a toy or something to play with while we're talking, especially for ADD kids. It keeps them occupied a little bit better, so that helps. The eye contact, I think, improved a little bit, but wasn't what you would normally see.
So lack of eye contact is not something you normally see with children that are diagnosed with ADHD?
Not to this extent.
Okay.
A little bit worse than the norm, certainly.
So what did that lead you to believe?
That he was withdrawn. I thought he certainly showed some autistic tendencies, but that wasn't full-blown by any means. Mom had also pointed out to me that Nick had been much worse when he was younger. The behavior was much more infantile. So the hope was that we were dealing with a developmental delay, and with treatment and over time, things would improve.
Okay. So you said autism. Did you diagnose him with autism?
No.
Okay.
But he had some autistic qualities.
Like what?
The withdrawal, the isolation, the lack of interaction. On the other hand, you're dealing with a young child. You're also dealing with a child who I knew stuck out like a sore thumb, had been bullied, had problems with other kids. As I said, I think his brother was pushing his buttons all the time as well. So there were behavioral or environmental reasons why he would be somewhat withdrawn as well.
When you say he stuck out like a sore thumb, what does that mean?
I'm sorry?
With the other children, you said he stuck out like a sore thumb?
Yeah.
What about him?
He looked
Physically?
peculiar. He acted peculiar.
Okay. And then did you make any physical observations of Nikolas over 13 months that you met with him in terms of how his development appeared when compared to children his same age?
I think he looked and acted much younger than his stated age.
Okay. So what were some of the things that you were working on when you were with Nikolas? What were some of the sessions focused on?
The same things we mentioned with Mom, working on anger management, working on expressing his feelings using words, as well as trying to build a better relationship between him and I.
And you mentioned earlier that Nikolas was very worrisome and had a lot of anxiety.
Yes.
Were you ever able to determine the source of either of those two things? Or
Well,
maybe...
I think there was a palpable fear of abandonment, which was probably related to, number one, the fact that his adopted father had passed away a couple of years before, and at least symbolically, the fact that he'd been adopted in the first place.
Now, do you know if Nikolas even knew at age 8 if he was adopted?
I don't know, but I suspect that he may very well have overheard people talking,
Okay.
be it at the home, at school, or somewhere else.
And that sense of abandonment, you saw like a physical manifestation of that?
Well, I'm basing that primarily on mother's report that he was extremely fearful she would forget to pick him up from school, and he'd be stranded there, and no one would come get him.
And how did Miss Linda Cruz respond to that fear that Nikolas
She
had?
was perplexed by that because she always picks him up, and it shouldn't be an issue. And I tried explaining to her that no other people in his life have left, and it's natural to have that worry, offer reassurance, and don't be quite so perplexed by the fact that he has these fears. We also talked a little bit about imagination with children, and with young children, you talk about the good imagination, the bad imagination. To put it simply, the good imagination is creativity, writing a story, coming up with a new invention. The bad imagination would be imagine horrible things happen, or ghosts, monsters, all of those kinds of things.
So Nikolas had some bad imaginations.
He had a pretty active bad imagination.
Do you think that Linda was able to recognize Nikolas's emotions and connect with his emotions?
I think she mostly recognized the fact that he was angry, difficult to control, and making scenes in a variety of settings, and that embarrassed her greatly.
You think she was embarrassed by him?
Yes. I think the fact that she had two difficult children and they're always coming to some kind of attention for some misbehavior, yes, that embarrassed her a little bit. And I think that was also why it was hard to engage her in treatment. She felt it was hard to, that was also why it was hard to engage her in treatment. She felt that people had been judging her.
How, when you would speak with Nikolas, did he appear like he was listening to you and understanding the things you were saying to him?
Yeah, I think he went through the motions. We kept it pretty simple. He certainly wasn't disruptive one-on-one.
What is going through the motions mean?
Nodding his head, not disagreeing, repeating something I asked him to repeat.
When you were working with Nikolas, did you have to break things down into chunks in order for him to understand it?
Oh, yes, I kept it as simple as I could, very clearly, one thing at a time, a bit of practice. But again, the main goal was to get Mom to be on the same page, same wavelength, and to practice for many, many times at home.
Now, I know you never did any IQ testing, but obviously with your years of experience in working with children, did it appear that Nikolas was at all intellectually impaired?
No, I thought he was probably somewhere in the average range. And as I said, he seemed to have improved, as Mom said in her paperwork, from a younger age till now. So hopefully it would be a developmental delay, and over time he would continue to progress.
Do you believe, based on the things that Mom told you and the behaviors that she was observing, that there was structure in the home?
Minimal structure.
And is that important for a child who has...
Absolutely. You need a schedule, you need structure. I mean, otherwise it's a bit of a free-for-all. And that was my sense of what was going on over there.
So tell me how important consistency in treatment is for any of your patients, not just children.
Well, consistency is important because you want to work the issues out. You want to, especially with children, you want to practice and you want to see some results. And as I said, normally, had there been a shorter interval between sessions, I'd had a clear idea what was going on. When it was 3 or 4 weeks, sometimes the beginning of the session was strictly updating what had been happening in the last few weeks. And when that happens, you don't get very far.
Did you get any sense of, was there any pattern as to when Linda would show up, bring Nikolas in for meetings?
Yeah, I thought it was, I had a sense that it was when something had happened or someone was pushing her to bring him in.
So you were aware that he was diagnosed with ADHD?
Yes.
And so, it's your understanding that he was medicated or on medication throughout the time that he was with you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you updated on the medication either?
Yes, it was changed 2 or 3 times in the time I saw him.
And do you know why that was?
Typically, the psychiatrists change. I mean, the only way to know if it's effective medication is the behavior, how they're doing in the classroom, how they're doing at home. The other problem you have with stimulant medication, and most ADHD medication is stimulant medication, the problem you have is it causes a little more irritability, emotionality, sometimes some sleep issues as well, because basically it's a stimulant that you're taking. It's something that would otherwise keep people awake for a long time. And the theory is that in ADHD children, it has a paradoxical effect of calming them down. And the theory that I was taught, and I think it's still the current theory, is that attention deficit kids have a very high need for stimulation. So there are 2 ways to stimulate a child. One would be externally, give them games, let them run around, all kinds of prizes, contests, whatever. And the second is to give them a stimulant medication, which seems to paradoxically calm them down because their mind is at the level of stimulation that they crave. And typically they get bored easily and then they get restless.
So based on the review of your records, Nikolas's medication, was he on the same medication the entire time you were providing him services?
No, he was on 3 different stimulant medications, I believe.
And that's just trying to figure out what works?
Correct. And also minimize the side effects, like I was mentioning. Because some of these symptoms he had could also be related both to the ADHD as well as to the medication. In other words, these kids sometimes have memory issues because they're not paying attention. That would be one thing, certainly, as well as the irritability goes up with the stimulant medication as well. The problem is in a classroom trying to learn, it's a rather slow, tedious environment, especially for ADHD kids.
So do you agree with the diagnosis of ADHD at that time?
Yes,
But you saw other symptomology that wasn't consistent with ADHD,
Correct.
correct? And I think you described that he's not autistic but had autistic features, correct?
correct.
And you also mentioned oppositional conduct disorder,
Right,
and that's associated with the aggressiveness, right?
right.
Okay. So was it that is it like a cluster of symptomology? You couldn't really put your finger on it?
Yes, and to give Nicholas the benefit of that, when he was 8 and was acting like he was 6, like I said, the hope was that it was a developmental delay, and over time, these things would improve.
So, understanding that you would have liked to have seen the Cruz family more, in the 13 sessions that you did have with them, how would you describe Linda's progress as a parent?
Minimal. I didn't really see a whole lot of gains.
I'm sorry?
I didn't see a whole lot of gains. It would go in little periods. If it was quieter with the kids, she was feeling a little better. If the kids were acting out more, she was obviously feeling worse.
And what about Nicholas's progress?
Not very much.
And you mentioned the challenge of both boys. Did you see Zachary at all?
Zachary came in a couple of times with Nicholas, so I observed them together, but no, he wasn't my patient. As I said, from what I could see and from what I was told, Zach was younger, but he looked older, he acted older, and he was somewhat of the better child, but he was also a tremendous instigator behind the scenes.
So, even though you did not diagnose with Nicholas as autism, but rather he had some symptomology consistent with that, were there any additional services that could have helped him with his lack of social skills and the anxiousness and the self-isolation?
Well, if treatment had been more intense, we could have addressed some of those things as well.
And what about the information that Mom had told you about the exposure to drugs and alcohol in utero, those toxins? I know you're not an expert in fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, but is there anything, if you had been able to identify that or if he had been properly diagnosed, that you could have done?
Well, when we talk about developmental delays, which would certainly apply to Nicholas, there are many reasons that can cause it. One would be the substance abuse, but there's also varying degrees. It would depend on what drugs were used, how much they were used, what the point was in terms of fetal development. So clearly the fact that he was average intelligence and able to comprehend things, we were hopeful that with treatment he would continue to improve. It would be a major issue.
And when you see a patient as a general clinical psychologist, do you ever make referrals when you have all the information that you need from a family and the consistency in treatment if you think that there's something else that they may do?
Well, I had suggested on numerous occasions that Linda get some help herself. Okay. I felt she was still very depressed, mourning her husband, feeling overwhelmed, loving the boys, but in some ways regretting having made this commitment, not knowing how difficult it would be.
What about for Nicholas?
I'm sorry?
What about for Nicholas? Would you have the ability, if you had all the information that you needed, to make referrals?
I don't remember making any referral. I made some suggestions to Mom to get him involved in some social activities to increase some of his social skills. But given the level of motivation, I couldn't imagine them seeing other practitioners on a consistent basis.
Do you think that Linda Cruz loved her boys?
Yes, no doubt about that.
Do you think she did everything that she could do for her boys?
In her mind, yes.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I think in your notes, and we can go through them if you want, but if you remember and they're in front of you, and the jury will have an opportunity to read the individual notes. And you have the typical doctor handwriting. You indicated something about symptoms of a mood disorder with Nicholas. What does that mean?
A mood disorder?
Yeah, potential mood disorder. What is that?
Well, a mood disorder would be anxiety or depression or mood disorders.
Is it difficult to diagnose children with a mood disorder at 8?
No, sometimes it's pretty clear-cut. But like I said, with Nikolas, there were so many things going on simultaneously.
And what is your recollection why Linda adopted the boys? Did you ever have a conversation with her about that?
About why she adopted boys?
Yes.
We talked about it. To the best of my recollection, I got a sense, I'm not sure I'm correct, that, and this may be revisionist history, that Linda felt that it had been her late husband who had kind of suggested this, and she went along with it. And given his demise and how difficult the children were, she regretted that decision.
When Linda came to you, she was 57 years old. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you think that her age had anything to do with parenting?
It didn't help.
Okay. Why not?
Because I think your stamina, your ability to handle these things. I mean, it's like the families I work with where grandparents have had to raise their grandchildren because the parents are not available for one reason or another. That's always very difficult.
And how important is it for a caregiver, whoever, that's a grandparent or a mom or a dad, to have a good, solid support system?
That's very important, especially when you have this difficult situation.
And do you believe that Linda Cruz had a support system at home, or?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions. Just want to make sure I give all the exhibits to the jurors. Thank you, Dr. Kravitz.
She had the exhibits. I'll wait until they're done.
Okay.
Before I begin this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that some of you need a restroom break. That's not a problem. We're going to take a brief 10-minute restroom break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
You just need to speak.
I'm sorry.
And hopefully the jurors are ready to come.
I just want to say, and I don't, the defense is perfectly in their right to publish the information to the jury, but this is now going to take about 25 minutes. It's going to take a while for them to look through this, and I don't want to begin to have them not listening to the witness as they're flipping through the papers. And I can't begin because I need to use those papers. I need to use the evidence. So,
Okay, well, maybe next time you can publish it while you're doing your testimony, Ms. McNeil? Or take a break while you're asking about the questions, have them look through it. But there's nothing I can do about it now. I'm serious. I am serious. Ladylike or not.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one of the defense exhibits, 1 or 2, has been given to you to be what we call published. That's giving you the opportunity to take a look at it. You can keep in mind this won't be your only opportunity. What's the matter?
No.
Oh, I thought you were trying to tell me something. This won't be your only opportunity to view it. When you retire to deliberate, you'll be given all of the exhibits, so you can take your time looking at it now, but just keep in mind you'll be able to look at it again at a later time.
please the court, may I begin?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Kravitz. My name is Jeff Marcus. If I may start with just to put your time period in perspective, it was from April 07 to May 08, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's 10 years before the shootings at Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware and you spoke with Dr. Stephen Moskowitz. He was a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And so, and the defendant was receiving medication even before you got involved in his treatment, correct?
Correct.
And were you also aware that he was receiving counseling services at his elementary school?
Yes.
By Mr. Noonhan, who was
Correct.
with us yesterday. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
And that he had been getting services all the way through his schooling. Did you know that?
Yes.
From kindergarten until he left the school.
Correct.
Okay. In your, you were shown this intake sheet, and let's see if it'll. Are you seeing it? No? No? Oh, you are? Are you?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, but okay.
That's a sheet that my secretary filled in when Mrs. Cruz called initially.
I understand that. So you were asked about 52 sessions that he could have had if he was there for a year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, but the reality is that insurance decides a lot of issues, correct?
Correct.
And money decides a lot of issues, correct?
Correct.
It's a reality because you were a private psychologist, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of Henderson,
No.
and you weren't low cost. You
Correct.
were regular cost, right?
Regular cost.
Okay. And so on the towards the bottom section, verification of benefits. It looked like Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO. Actually, that's above that in the insurance section.
Right.
And then there's a deductible. Looks like $5,000 deductible. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And number of visits, 30?
Per calendar year, yes.
Okay. So insurance would pay up to 30 visits.
Correct.
Okay. And the percent the patient is responsible is 50%, right? You see that? It's about halfway down on the verification of benefits.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And the estimated payment, it looks like, does that mean for the first payment, it's $129.16, and thereafter would be $86.89?
Presumably that the deductible hadn't been met. The insurances set the charges. So the rather unusual figures you see is something Blue Cross Blue Shield set. The initial visit was allowed at $129.16. Additional visits, $86.89.
And that would be the patient responsibility?
Assuming the deductible hasn't been met. Otherwise, it would be half that, or roughly 43, 45, 44 and a half.
Okay, so that would include, the insurance would pay the other half?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You sure about that? That that's what an estimated payment would be?
Well, that was based on the fact that only $197 of the $5,000 deductible had been met so far that year.
Okay.
That would be all medical treatment.
Okay, so there is certainly a matter of payment, correct?
Correct.
And you had understood that she was a widow and she was living on whatever she was living on, you knew she wasn't working, correct?
Correct.
Okay. when you began the visits, the actual sessions, I think on April 26th, 2007, and thankfully you told us what your writing said, so we didn't try to have to decipher your handwriting particularly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think these got out of order. So let me just see if I can put up that particular date.
There's a stamp in the right-hand corner, Mr. Marcus. I can help you put it in order. The top right-hand corner.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. McNeil. So if you...
Oh, the handwriting isn't that bad.
I'm sorry?
The handwriting isn't that bad. I can read it.
The non-serious question I want to ask you is, do doctors go into that profession because of bad handwriting, or does it cause bad handwriting? You don't have to answer that.
Thank you.
You don't have to answer that. So this is on April 26th, 2007, and just to give the jury an idea of what happened on that day, could you do what you did for us? And if it's not particularly obvious to everyone, there's another day's notes on here too, 5/3/07, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just read that for us, the 4/26/07, so that you can have an idea of what we're looking at.
Sure. Nicholas was 8.5 years old. He was in the first grade at Coral Springs Elementary. He'd been retained in kindergarten for immaturity. He was on Concerta, one of the stimulants, 54 milligrams. He was 5 years old when his father had a sudden heart attack. Both boys were adopted at birth, same birth mother. Brother Zachary is also on 54 milligrams of Concerta. Can be aggressive when frustrated, very anxious, temper issues, attention deficit disorder, and anxiety/anger control. Can be an affectionate, sweet boy. That was a positive thing Mother mentioned. My impression was he was very shy.
Okay, did that complete your notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's more in this Marcus on that note.
Well, I can't read it, but if he can, that would be fine.
Yeah, he was playing Pokemon and toys, and I offered him 3 wishes. Sometimes you ask kids to see what they wish for. He wished for Pokemon, a dog, and even more Pokemon.
Okay.
And he was easily frustrated. Those are my impressions.
Okay. So one of the major problems with that was being brought to your attention was his anger control, correct?
Correct.
And that you see that throughout the visits, that it's a constant issue that you address with him and his mother, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to give him strategies to deal with his anger control.
Correct.
Correct? And were you aware that he was having anger control issues at school as well?
Yes.
And so it's a pattern of behavior of at school and at home that he's not only angry, but he's acting out.
Correct.
And he's being physical with people.
Yes.
Okay. And that is something that you're trying to address.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that, well, I believe you described it as that he had little success with you.
Correct.
Okay. If there was progress, it was inconsistent. Would that be a fair way to describe it?
That would be a fair way to describe it.
And I think it's kind of the same way you described the mother's progress was inconsistent.
Correct.
And but you knew from the family that she wasn't dealing with one difficult child, she was dealing with 2 difficult children.
Correct.
And so you're sitting in your office or wherever you sit with them, and you're trying to deal with this woman who is dealing with her real-life problem, correct?
Correct.
And it's a pretty big problem that she has.
Yes, it is. Yes.
You know who the boxer Mike Tyson is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever hear his expression of, all my opponents have a plan until I hit him in the face? Do you ever hear that expression?
Yes.
And it kind of applies to Mrs. Cruz in that you can give her a plan, but then she's smacked in the face with these two kids who aren't obeying her.
That's
correct?
True.
And yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
Fighting, correct?
Correct.
And fighting with her.
Yes.
And she's, at this point in her life, she's 57 years old, correct?
Correct.
And these children are only getting older and bigger, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And they're two boys, correct?
Correct.
So, as much as you try and help this woman, there are limits to what humans can do, aren't there?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you're not really being critical of her. You're recognizing the situation, correct? In fact, it might be even an impossible situation that this woman was in.
Correct.
In 2 weeks later, May 17th, I don't know where it says it here, but I believe you told us, and you tell me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
that he hit somebody at school. Is that
That's
in this
correct.
note somewhere?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you show us where?
First line, hit somebody at school.
First line. Okay. All right. See, hit SB at school. Okay.
No, SB is somebody.
All right. All right. Looks like 3/B to me or S/B, but is that what it is?
S/B, somebody.
S/B. Okay. All right. Thank you. But what, as in terms of now, when you find out this information, this is what do you do with that kind of information?
Well, it reflects what we knew on an ongoing basis, that we needed to work on his anger control, his frustration tolerance, and as the notes show and the net session show, some strategies to handle them more effectively, or appropriately, I should say.
So one of the strategies in the next session, I see knuckles. I think that there was something about taking deep breaths.
Yes.
Walking away.
Right. Telling himself it's no big deal.
Oh, counting to 20.
Yes, before he reacts.
Okay. What is the knuckles thing?
For small kids, if they put their knuckles together when they're angry, you can get some of the anger out without hurting yourself or anyone else.
Okay. Now, the 13 sessions I think you had with him, or 15 sessions?
I think it was 15.
15 sessions. He never showed you this anger, did he?
Not in the session.
He was not oppositional to you.
He was at least compliant.
Okay. He was acting socially to you?
Yes.
In a pro-social way? Appropriate way?
Appropriate way.
As opposed to an antisocial way?
Correct.
Okay. So he could control his behavior when you're sitting in the room. He was fine.
Right.
I'm not saying fine, but he was not oppositional.
Correct. And oftentimes I'd meet with him in the playroom and he'd have something in his hands while we talked as well. That seemed to help.
Okay, and as a psychologist, the fact that he can control his behavior in your presence, that means something to you, doesn't it?
It means something.
As opposed to if you're in the room with him and he's acting with aggression and anger and throwing things, hitting you, that would be a different ballgame for you, correct?
That would be completely out of control. I've seen some kids like that.
Okay. He wasn't like that?
No.
Okay.
Not one-on-one, and not so long as you weren't frustrating him too much.
Right. Was it your part of your strategy with the mother that he was having problems at school and at home, correct?
Correct.
So did you try and tell her to let the school deal with school problems, you deal with home problems?
Yes.
Okay, so she shouldn't be the heavy with finish your homework.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that, there were times that she would give in to them.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's not being consistent, which was your goal for her to be consistent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that kind of goes back to she's trying the best she can, and sometimes people can rationalize, well, maybe if I let him play a video game for an extra half hour, maybe he'll recognize how nice I am and he won't, destroy furniture.
Yeah, that kind of wishy-washy approach, I think, was rather evident.
Okay. Negotiate with her own children, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't really surprise you that a parent would try and work out a solution like that, does it?
No.
Okay. You sound like you've been a parent, right?
Right.
Okay.
Been there, done that.
Right. All parents do.
But my grandchildren, those are the gems.
Yeah, we can spoil them and then give them back, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you noted that he was on the honor roll as well, correct?
Yes, for 1 quarter.
Okay.
For 1 marking period.
Okay. There were, at home, you described it as testing the limits.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It means he would see how far he could go and get what he wanted.
Okay, would he...
I think when Mom first came in, she talked about him repeating himself a lot, and I think what she meant was the fact when she said no, he would still demand what he wanted, and when she said no the second time, he'd still demand what she wanted the third time, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so to test the limits, he would scream, yes?
Yes.
Have tantrums?
Mm-hmm.
Destroy property in the house?
Yes.
Lie?
Yes.
Make ultimatums?
Probably. I don't remember the exact details of all this, but it certainly fits.
Okay. Classic manipulative behavior, correct?
Correct. A very immature behavior, like a very young child does, who has a tantrum when he or she doesn't get what they want.
Right. When he was with you, we went over that he wasn't at all oppositional to you, but did he actually like the therapy? Like the attention?
I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know
You don't
how
know?
to answer that one.
Did you never got...
I don't think young kids usually necessarily like this. You remind me of a patient I saw. I mean, the story reminds me of a patient I saw a few years ago, a little boy, and he was playing with his friends. I think he was 7, and Mom took him away from his friends to come see me, and he was very upset. And the mom said to me, shouldn't he be looking forward to coming and talking to you? And I said, not exactly how it works. It's hard to compete with your playmates and other people like that. He didn't give me any trouble, but I'm not sure I would say that he liked coming in necessarily. I think basically he liked doing what he liked doing.
Okay, but you never got the direct impression that he did not want to see you.
No, not that.
Okay, it wasn't dragging him in by the arm kind of thing.
No, I've seen a couple of those.
I'm sorry?
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, but not the defendant. Okay. So you were confident of your ADHD diagnosis, or were you confident of your ADHD diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay. And his oppositional defiance was obvious to you?
Mm-hmm.
And regarding you didn't diagnose him as autistic, but you saw some features.
Correct.
Okay. And no matter how you labeled him with one or the other, would the treatment have been the same?
I think so, generally.
Okay. And so the treatment would not have been any different, right?
No. Correct.
Of course, we all know how this ended. Was there anything in what you saw from his behavior that could have foretold this event happening of what happened at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Not in my opinion. I've worked with some other fairly damaged kids, and certainly, to the best of my knowledge, none of them have ever acted out like this.
None of them? You said to the best of my knowledge, none of them?
None of them have acted out like this.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McNeil had asked you about the consistency of treatment, correct?
Correct.
And you only know what you know about your treatment and that he was with Dr. Moskowitz before
Correct.
you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what happens after you, correct? Or
Correct.
maybe
I've heard some things through the grapevine, but not all the detail.
Okay. So were you aware that he saw Dr. Lori Karp, who's a psychiatrist? Do you know Dr. Karp?
Yes.
That he saw her from June 25th, 2008 through December 18th, 2011. Were you aware of that?
I knew he'd seen her. I don't know the dates to that.
Okay. So just to be clear, and I know I'm repeating this, but May 21st, 2008 was your last session, and then June 25th, so a month and 4 days later, starts with Dr. Karp. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And also in October of 2008, he went to Tomorrow's Rainbow for grief counseling with his brother. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And that would be a good idea for
Sure.
him to have grief counseling, correct?
Yes.
And I mentioned Mr. Newnham from the school, his counselor at the school, that was consistent throughout his entire elementary school. One counselor the whole time. That's pretty good that he had a consistent counselor for all those years.
Yes.
Okay. And that were you aware he started service with Henderson Behavioral Clinic at home therapy from October 2009 to December 2009?
I knew there was some intervention like that. I didn't know the dates.
Okay. And that when he eventually went on to middle school, first at Westglades, he was receiving counseling at that school as well. Are
Correct.
you aware of that?
No.
All right. And were you aware that he switched to another psychiatrist? He ended his time with Dr. Karp in December of 2011 and started with Dr. Nagin, a psychiatrist, in January of 2012.
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
I know there have been a lot of consistent treatment, but I was not
Okay.
aware of who all the providers were or the dates.
Okay, but through his childhood, he had a psychiatrist.
Yes.
And were you aware that he began again with Henderson in April of 2013 for this next session? it's not the final session, but to September of 15, that's a 2-year and 4-month time period where he had 140 sessions. Would you consider that consistent
Yes.
therapy at home?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. And then thereafter, in 2016, he began with Henderson again for more treatment in 2016.
I was not aware of that.
Not aware of that as well. All of that represents consistent treatment, doesn't it?
Correct.
Do you now realize that you were just one of many therapists, doctors, counselors, teachers, and a parent who tried to get the defendant help?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate your time.
Sure.
Let me just have a moment to. I don't want to take these documents. Thank you.
We'll keep you on. So Mr. Marcus just talked about a lot of additional services that were provided to Nikolas, that you knew of some, but you didn't know of all of them, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he mentioned Henderson, and he talked about different, they're called episodes, but different times when Nikolas was with Henderson. And that first episode, we'll call it the first treatment, do you know that he only had 6 sessions and then his mom discontinued treatment?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus mentioned Tomorrow's Rainbow. Great idea.
Yes.
Grief counseling. 4 years after Nikolas's father died. Okay. So great that mom did that. Probably something that he needed immediately after his mother.
Objection. Witnesses testifying, not asking questions.
You mean the lawyer?
And leaving.
You mean the lawyer?
I'm sorry, the lawyer.
Okay, sustained.
I'll strike the question. Can you make some notations? I got it. Back to that May 17th, 2017 note.
2007.
07, 2007, thank you.
Which date, I'm sorry? Oh, it's up there.
May 17th,
Yes.
2007.
Right.
I know that you read some of this to Mr. Marcus. There's a couple things that I would like to have you point out. Can you see this sentence? Can you read that sentence for us while I'm pointing?
Yeah, he says he was angry that Dad died.
Okay. When is the best time for anybody who loses somebody that they love and care about to get grief treatment?
Well, ideally earlier than this, but certainly better later than never.
Better than ever, right? And then there's another sentence, I think you had said in the beginning that in kindergarten he was in a cluster, and then he'd been mainstreamed in first grade?
Correct.
Okay. With ESC services?
Yes.
And what does the last sentence of that note say?
Schools recommending his return to the cluster program for second grade.
What does that tell you? Why was that important to you to have
They
that?
were still having difficulties with him in the classroom.
Now, Mr. Marcus also mentioned some additional services that were provided by other mental health agencies, Henderson.
Right.
And I think you said it was 22 months of treatment, I think. Is that what you said? 26. And did you know that there was also another agency called Camelot Community Care?
No, I did not.
Do we have verbiage? It's usually the buzz.
Was it fire alarm?
No. It's a true one. It's okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, it's just a false alarm.
But did you know with both of those agencies that mom wasn't really compliant and wasn't following the recommendations of those agencies?
Objection leading.
I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me.
What is the role in general of a psychiatrist?
Psychiatrists are medical doctors who specialized in mental health, mental illness. Many, many years ago, they did therapy. Many of them were analysts early on. Nowadays, it's basically medication management and covering people who are hospitalized in acute distress. They typically do not do psychotherapy.
Okay. And you said you know Dr. Carr?
By reputation.
And so medication management would have gone through the psychiatrist?
I'm sorry?
Medication would have gone through Nikolas's psychiatrist?
Yes.
Were you aware of any patterns of mom taking them on and off medication?
No.
Splitting the medication between the two boys?
No.
There's also... We talked about ADHD, conduct disorder, symptomology consistent with autism, right?
Some features, yes.
But you also have another acronym here. What is that?
OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder.
And how did that manifest in Nikolas?
That was with mom saying he repeats questions 3 or 4 times. I think, again, that was just perseveration of trying to get his way. But he did have some obsessive qualities. If I remember correctly, he would cross out writing that he did if it wasn't perfect and redo it.
That's not consistent with oppositional defiance disorder, is it?
No.
And why do we have chicken nuggets here?
Oh, the 8 chicken nuggets?
Pardon?
I'm sorry?
You said you have 8 chicken nuggets. Are you concerned about its diet or any
No,
sessions?
that when he has chicken nuggets, it must be, look at the next line, it must be 8.
Okay. Okay.
Not 7, not 9, 8.
Is that why you would have done the notation about OCD?
Yes.
And is that consistent with oppositional defiance disorder? That having a specific number of food items?
Yes.
That's consistent with oppositional defiance disorder?
What, the numbers? No.
That's
I'm
more
sorry.
consistent with OCD?
Yeah. That's more obsessive compulsive.
Pardon?
That's more obsessive compulsive.
So, did you terminate services with Ms. Cruz and Nikolas Cruz? Did you terminate their services?
No, they basically dropped out. If I remember my notes, there was a month or 2 between visits, and she must have canceled the last visit, and it took me quite a while to realize they weren't even coming because it had been so sporadic by that point.
And Mr. Marcus told you that she went from clinical psychological services to a psychiatrist, correct?
Right.
Mr. Marcus talked about the behavior that he was exhibiting in school. That was a lot of aggressive behavior, a lot of hitting children, that kind of stuff. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he wasn't displaying that behavior when he was with you, is that correct?
Correct.
What was the difference in those 2 environments? The one at school and maybe with you?
Well, the one at school, there'd be a lot of kids around, and kids can be kind of cruel. And like I said before, I think he did stick out like a sore thumb. Brought a lot of attention to himself, got teased and a great deal.
So when he was having sessions with you, it was a one-on-one environment?
Correct.
In an environment where there wasn't a lot of overstimulation?
Correct. And he had something to keep himself occupied.
And any frustration you were attempting to reduce or give him coping skills to be able to do?
Correct.
Mr. Marcus mentioned pro-social skills. What are those things?
Well, what you would do is obviously model with your relationship with the patient, first of all, the interaction that goes on. And you'd also do some role playing, different vignettes of how to interact with other children as well. But we never got that far.
Never got that. So I think you had mentioned on my initial direct examination that Nikolas had some impairments in social skills.
Yes.
And that manifested how?
The fact that he was so isolative and withdrawn at school and in other social situations.
And is that consistent with oppositional defiance disorder?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Kravitz.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse. Thank you for your
Okay.
patience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 11:41. I would ask that you please be back at 1:15. That gives you just about an hour and a half. Please remember that you're not permitted to discuss the case among yourselves. You're not permitted to talk about it with anyone else, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
jury.
We're gonna line them up.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Stephen Schussler, please.
Please remain standing to be sworn.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, if you would just please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name.
My name is Stephen Schussler. It's spelled Schusler.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Schussler.
Hello.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Would you just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you live, and what your profession is, please?
I currently live in Hobe Sound, and I am a mechanical inspector.
And before moving to Hobe Sound, where did you live?
I lived in Parkland, directly across the street from Nikolas Cruz.
All right. And when you were living in Parkland, who'd you work for at that point?
I worked in the machine shop called Baker Hill Industries.
And you said that you lived across the street from the Cruz family, is that right?
Yes.
And who were the members of that family at that time when you lived there?
I met the mother.
Would you mind just, the microphone is
You're gonna be
stationary,
speaking
but if
into
you
the
could just speed
Sure.
up a tad so we can hear you a little bit better?
Okay.
Thank you.
I lived, I knew the mother and her two sons.
Okay. And so is that Linda Cruz is the mother?
Linda Cruz was the only one who lived there at the time. Linda Cruz and her two sons,
Yes, sir.
Nikki and Zach.
Okay, so you knew Nicholas as Nicky, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And just so to make sure that I'm right about this, is that Northwest 80th Terrace? Is that the street
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
And tell us just who you were living with at that time, who you were renting from.
I was renting a guest house that was behind the house, the main house. I lived alone in the guest house.
All right. And when you were, whose house, whose property were you renting from?
The owner's name was Mila Risen. She owned the main residence.
And at that time in your life when you lived in Parkland and you were working at Baker Hill, what did you drive to and from work?
Mainly I took my motorcycle, but I also had a car for bad weather.
During that period of time, were you having some trouble with your motorcycle?
Absolutely, yes. It's a 1983 Honda. I still have it, and it's just constant need of repairs.
And do you do most of those repairs yourself?
Yes. No one will work on these old bikes anymore. You can't get parts. You have to do it yourself.
So I'm going to be asking you about some of your memories of the time that you lived across the street from the Cruz family. And what year did you move into Miss Risen's place?
2009.
Okay. And then do you remember when you moved out?
2015.
2015. Okay. When you think about your time living in Parkland, Miss Risen's place, how do you sort of break it up in your mind in terms of time frame?
Excuse me.
Well, in conjunction with this trial, I break up my time in 3 periods because I don't know exact dates. I don't know exact times. So I break things up in the beginning of my stay in Parkland. I lived in there 6 years. So I broke it up into 3 segments to kind of describe. So my first period was when I met Nikki. Then my second period was a period of observation, friendliness. Towards my third period, this was at a time when it was cautious with Nikki. I was apprehensive of him. And so those are the 3 periods that I break up my stay to give you an idea of what I was observing through those 6 years. So 3 periods, the beginning, the middle, and the end.
And obviously we'll start with the beginning. You moved in
Yes.
2009. And how was it that you came to be introduced to the Cruz family?
Okay. I just moved in. I'm renting the guest house from Mila. We shared the driveway. She has a circular driveway in front of her house. And I kind of dominated one end of that with my motorcycle and my car. I am in the driveway, just moved in. And Mila was getting her mail. We shared a common mailbox. And she was getting her mail, and I had just gotten home. And I'm parking my motorcycle. And the boys, 2 boys, were across the street playing. I don't know who they are. Mila was talking to me, and she called them over. She called them over across the street to introduce me to them. And And she says, this is Steve, he's going to be renting here. And she says, this is Nikki, and this is Zach. She said, points to Nikki and said, he's the weird one. And I stopped, and I didn't really kind of comprehend what she was saying right in front of this little boy. And I asked her, I said, what did you just say? And she said it again. She said, it's Nikki. He's the weird one. Aren't you, Nikki? And I could not believe that she was demeaning that boy right to his face, calling him a weird one. I could look at him, and I could see that the...
Okay, ask him.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, sir. When one of the attorneys objects, it's just between me and the lawyers.
Okay.
And if you have any question about what to do,
No.
you can ask me. But at this point, the lawyer's going to ask you another question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just so we're sure, this is spring of '09.
Yes.
Right? And Nikolas was born in September of 1998, so he would have been 10 at this point. Does that sound about right?
Sure, whatever the math works out to be.
And what were your observations of Nicky, as you called him, when you were introduced to him by Miss Rising?
Okay, now I'm going to answer the question, and I will answer the question, but please bear with me, because the irony of our first meeting when she called him weird was distasteful, it was disgusting, and I do not, here I am going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing that she did, and she called him weird, and yes, he did not have the boyhood image. You could look at him, and you can see something's not right, something's off. His caricature was, the first thing I saw was him was Alfred E. Newman. It was not please, and I'm sorry to say this in front of the boy, but he was not attractive. You could see that something's just not right. He looked like Alfred E. Newman. He had big ears. He had a quirky face. But when she called him weird, what he did was all I could describe it as, it looked like a snail that you put salt on. They just shrivel up, and he just shriveled up, and he stood there while she said he was weird, standing right in front of him, and he just curled up and stood there. Then his mom came out, and his mom came across the street, and she introduced me to the mother, Linda, this is my renter, and she says hi, and took the boys back across the street. She took them back across the street. Me and Mila were still standing there, and then Mila, I saw that there was kind of a conflict between Mila and Linda. And she went on to say that she had a conflict with Linda because her cat was bitten by her dog and she refused to pay, and it seemed to be a personal little squabble. So I didn't meet
Hold on,
Linda.
sir. Just a second, please. May I speak to the lawyers, sidebar, please? Give me just a second, please.
Sorry about that, Mr. Schussler.
Sorry if I caused it.
No, not at all. People don't testify every day. Just, I know that there's a lot of things that you want to share, and I'm gonna get to them.
All right.
I just ask you to try as best you can when I'm asking a question to narrow it just to that specific area.
Sorry.
And then we'll move on, okay? Did you learn early on that Nick was adopted?
Yes. During the introduction, she mentioned it. Mila mentioned it, and she said they're adopted.
Okay.
I kind of misunderstood what she was saying, and I assumed that Nikki was the natural son and that Zach was adopted, but I was wrong. They were both adopted.
Okay. Now, when you were living in Miss Risen's place, did you actually get to know the Cruz family and spend time with them in their house or anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I think when you were talking earlier on, you said it was mostly observational that you saw them. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And where was it that you observed them from for the most part?
They played out in front of their house, and I was in the driveway working on my motorcycle directly across the street from them, and I could hear them playing and just doing their thing.
Okay. And was that something that you did quite frequently, working on your motorcycle?
Yes. Yes.
And did you ever see Nikki and Zach when you were going and coming from work?
Yes, quite often. I would see them when they were walking down the street going to school. I would see them, and we kind of had the same schedule where they were walking down the street when I was going to work.
Okay. And did you ever attempt to speak to the boys when you were leaving or coming on the street?
I did, and they did not want to talk to me. They were they just did not want to talk. They were shy and turned their head from me and would not engage me socially.
Okay. And that was both of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to move a little bit up in time, just sort of the middle of your time there, which I think, based on your time frame, is about 2011 to 2012. Is that right, Sam?
Sure.
Did you see them, and when I say them, of course I mean Nikki and Zach, did they do things like skateboard or bike?
They did. They always played out in front of their house with other kids on the block, and that was their place. So they played out in front of that house, and yes, then they advanced into skateboarding, and they were skateboarding out in their driveway.
And did you see Nikki skateboarding, or was it just Zach?
Never. The only thing I've ever seen Nicky do in conjunction with the other boys, he was standoff. He was never engaged with them. He was always offset.
And if you would, tell us now about an incident when you heard some commotion coming from the Cruz's house.
Now we're in that mid portion of my stay in Parkland, and I'm again working on my motorcycle, and I hear a commotion, a loud commotion, and I see the door of Linda Cruz's house fly open. And Nikki came running out. What I didn't see was the door had previously opened and closed, and his mother, Linda, came out of the house and got into her minivan. She's in her minivan. Then I hear, then the door flew open again, and Nikki came running out of the house. Now, when I heard this commotion, and we're in this mid-period now, with the history of what's going on, and I heard the commotion, and I walked to the driveway thinking that I may have to intervene in something. Nicky came running out of the house, and he goes to the side where his mom was in their minivan, and he says, "You didn't kiss me goodbye. You didn't kiss me goodbye." And they kissed. Linda continued to back out of her driveway in her minivan and stopped right in front of me, standing in my driveway, and she just gave me the sheepish look ever, that she just was sheepish looking. Like she couldn't explain it, of what just happened. And she drove away.
Based on the age that Nicky was at that point, was that behavior of his troubling to you?
Absolutely.
This is speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, am I right that during the same period of time is when you start noticing vehicles being at the Cruz house?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury what types of vehicles you noticed are being sometimes at their home?
Well, the previous question about the incident of the noise and Nicky running out of the truth.
Sustained. Sir, you're going to have to wait for the lawyer's question, and please answer the question that's asked.
Okay.
We'll just go with the vehicles for right now.
Okay. I saw a lot of county vehicles at his house. Many times I could see the different county vehicles, the white vans and the white cars, and I know they were county vehicles.
Let me just stop you for a second. Did you know what entity they were from?
No, I did not.
Okay.
But one night after I saw...
No question.
Sustained. Ask
Okay,
the question.
sorry.
That's all right. Did you ever inquire with Miss Linda Cruz about those vehicles?
Yes, and that's how I knew that they were county vehicles, because one day, after the night, many vehicles were parked out in her house. And the next day I saw her, Linda, and I was teasing her. I was being sociable, and I was teasing her, and I said, "Hey, Linda, did you have a party and not invite me?" And she just looked at me, and she just said, "It's Nicky again."
Did you also start noticing any other types of vehicles other than the state vehicles?
And it was a common sight to see the sheriff's vehicles there as well. And that was this mid-period that I'm talking about.
And when you started seeing those vehicles there, were they present there occasionally throughout the remainder of your time in Parkland?
Yes. It was not an unusual sight to see them there.
When it comes to sheriff's vehicles, do you have any sort of guess about how many times you saw them there?
6 years. I would guesstimate between 10 and 20.
Okay. During the time that you lived at Miss Risen's place, did you ever see Nicky Cruz with any kind of gun?
I did.
All right. Can you tell the jury about when you saw that?
Well, one day, I'm sitting in my driveway working on my motorcycle, and I see Nicky come running from the side of his house. There was a vacant lot next to their house, or a huge property, but there was a lot of space. So he came running around the side of his house, and he had in his left hand, I remember that, a gun. And he's running with this thing, just shooting anything, running with this thing. And he's just running, shooting at this rock out in front of his house. Just as I did, just like that. Nothing static, nothing special, just spasmodic. Pointing this thing, and I wondered, what the hell is this now? Is it going to be a BB gun? Am I going to get my windows broken? So then he ran around, and I went and looked to see what he was shooting. And I went to this rock, and he was shooting airsoft balls. That's what his gun had, airsoft balls. So he was shooting these airsoft balls.
And can you describe the way that you saw him run?
He was running like something I've never seen before. And the only way that I can describe the way he was running is when I saw my 2-year-old grandson trying to run. He has no coordination. He doesn't know. He's trying, no balance, no coordination, and he's just running to try to stay afoot. That was not running. It was, I don't know what you want to call it, but that's what I compare it to, my 2-year-old grandson trying to run when he can't even walk.
Judge, is it all right if Mr. Schussler steps down and demonstrates the way that he saw Mr. Cruz running?
I suppose if it would help him explain to the jury what he's trying to describe.
Do you think you can demonstrate
Sure.
the way you saw him run?
Sure. Would you like to see it? Now he had this.
Okay, sir,
Sir,
don't get so
right
close
here.
to the jurors. If you need to.
Well, he
where
had
do you
this
want him to do-
airsoft
Sir,
gun.
sir, just wait a second. Where would you like him to do this?
You can just come right over here.
And you want him to demonstrate running?
Just the way that he saw Mr. Cruz running that day.
Okay, so sir, come over by the lawyer, please.
Is that okay, Your Honor, if he comes around this way?
Okay, I mean, if that's.
No.
Oh, no? Okay. Then just right here, Mr. Schussler, right in front of the jury.
Don't talk to the jurors, please, sir.
So well, I'm going to point at him. So he had this thing in his hand, and he's running like this. Like that. But he had this gun in his hand, and he just like that.
Oh, okay, I think that's sufficient. Is there anything else you want him to demonstrate?
No, that's it.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, towards the third part of your time in Parkland, which I guess is sort of the last 2 years, maybe 2013, 2014, part of 2015, did you see Nicky and Zach starting to hang out with a group of boys in that neighborhood?
Yes.
And can you
Yes.
tell us how Nicky fit into that group?
There was a new member to their little group of boys that played out in front of the house. It was not always just Nicky and Zach. There were 2 other little boys that played with them. And so there'd be 4 of them now. But a new boy moved into the neighborhood, and he was the 5th member, and he exhibited a little more sophistication and savoir-faire. He was the leader of the group. And they hung around together, and now we start to introduce, they were smoking cigarettes, and so there were 5 of them now.
Okay. And again, how does Nick fit into that group? Is he a main member of that group?
I used Leave It to Beaver, as an analogy of what I saw in that group. The new boy, this boy with the savoir-faire, he was the Eddie Haskell. He was the one that was doing the pushing. Zach would have been Wally, the brother. Nicky would have been Larry Mondello, the offbeat character that no one respects, the one that's there but off to the side. He wasn't a key member of the group, he was a tag-along.
And was there ever a point when you had to confront this group of young boys?
Yes, and this is towards the third period of my stay there. Now they turn bad with the influence of this old, I don't want to say older, he was not older, he was more sophisticated. Now they went bad. Now they're starting to smoke cigarettes. And now one day I came home and I saw 5 of them on Mila's front porch. They have no business being there. And I said, what the F are you doing on that porch? And this boy, this kind of leader of the group, said, oh, we're looking for my dog. We lost a dog. And I said, you didn't get it. You didn't. There's no dog. Get the F off this porch. And so they went filing by. The leader, Zach, the other 2 boys, and there's Nicky trailing behind. And I looked at him, I said, Nicky, really? You know, we're neighbors. Really? And he didn't say anything. He just did that curl thing again and just followed the boys off the porch. And so now I was kind of afraid of what they could do because I was secure living in Parkland. I wasn't afraid of thieves, but I was afraid of the younger boys that would just do things for just juvenile delinquency, and so I was afraid of my stuff. And that's why I thought maybe if he had a BB gun, would I start getting broken windows?
All right. So, the 6 years that you lived there, observing the Cruz family and Nick from across the street or when you're leaving, did you, during that 6 years, ever see him in your own view as acting like a normal kid? No. As sad as and I hate to say it right in front of him, but there was never any sense of normalcy. You can always see that there's something not right. And during that 6 years, did you ever see him and think to yourself that he looked happy?
No.
That sense that you had when you met him, that there was something wrong with him, did that ever go away during the 6 years that you lived there?
No, I felt badly for him. And when I saw him run around with that airsoft gun, I thought maybe all this boy needs is some mentoring.
And when you say mentoring, did you feel as though he needed some sort of help?
Absolutely.
And during the 6 years that you lived there, did you see him at all improve for the better from the way that you originally saw him?
No. I personally did not see his behavior getting worse, but I saw the influence of this other boy affecting them. Now they're starting to smoke cigarettes.
Okay. Other than what Linda Cruz said to you about the vehicles being there, it's Nikki again. Do you have any knowledge specifically about why the state vehicles were there or why the sheriff's department vehicles were there?
No, other than what she told me, no.
Okay. And when you moved away from Miss Risen's place in 2015, did you ever have any contact with the Cruz family ever again?
No.
Did you ever hear from anybody through the grapevine anything about them until Nikki was arrested?
No.
That's calling for hearsay.
Sustained.
Just to last couple things, Mr. Schussler. Can you tell the jury how you became involved as a witness in this case?
Sure. I called the public defender and told them that I lived across the street from Nikki Cruz and that I saw that boy growing up. And the reason I did that was...
It's also not responsive. He's just answered your question. If you have another question, go ahead and ask it.
What was it that caused you to call the public defender's office?
When I saw Nikki Cruz at his guilty plea trial, and I saw it on the news, and he stood there and he said, "I'm sorry I did this because of marijuana." And he was talking about that something made him go bad, and he mentioned marijuana. And I knew right away, I said, that's not true. That's not true. He was never right. It wasn't marijuana that changed him. He was never right. And that's why I called the public defender and said, wait a minute, you need some information here. This boy did not go bad. He was never right. And again, I hate to say it right in front of them.
Sir, you need to wait for the next question. There's no question pending.
Thank you, Mr. Schussler. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Schussler. My name's Jeff Marcus. I think we met once before. You all right? You okay?
I'm fine.
Good. So your entire knowledge of Mr. Cruz, the defendant, is as an observer, correct?
Correct.
You have never socially interacted with them, correct?
Aside from this just, it is correct. Sociable things, hello, goodbye, hi, did you have a party, those types of things, but nothing in depth.
Basically, you waved at him from across the street most of the time.
We spoke, we knew each other. Me and Linda.
Okay, but never been in each other's homes,
No.
correct?
No, that is correct.
You weren't ever even indoors with them, correct?
No.
Okay. And you have never had a conversation with the defendant or Zach other than telling him to get the F off your porch?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't use the letter F, did you?
No, I did not.
So, you say you saw police cars out in front, correct?
Sheriff's, yes.
Sheriff's cars, right?
Yes.
And you have no idea what they were doing, do you?
No.
Did you want to know what they were doing there?
It was, the short answer is no. I was not afraid. The long answer is that these were indicative of the problems with Nikki.
Okay. So it's your belief that those patrol cars were there because of Nick Cruz, right?
Yes.
Okay.
would you agree with me that the best information about what was going on with those police cars would probably be in all these police reports?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. You certainly don't know what was going on there, right? Okay, so let me educate you. Let me show you the first one. And we can go through all of them.
Sure.
Judge, the defense has absolutely no objection to Mr. Marcus moving in every single one of those police reports.
Okay.
Susie states composite exhibit.
Okay. And if you would just give us a second to figure it out.
Every single call.
I think there's like trace.
The composite exhibit is going to be marked 24F for identification and received as 482. If you can just count the number of pages so that we can have the record correctly reflect how big the composite is. And Ms. McNeil or Mr. Secor, if you want to come have a look, that's fine.
And if I could just take a look at those on the side.
I have 67 pages. I'm not completely confident that the 2 pages didn't stick together.
We'll recount, and if it's not correct, we will myself and the clerk will
So Judge,
correct
I'm
it.
just going to ask if we can take a 5-minute recess because I just want to compare these police reports to the listings.
Okay. Do me a favor, Mr. Marcus, can you finish your cross-examination just by referencing the reports if you need them for dates or things like
I
that?
could publish later.
And I was going to say go through them and publish them later.
So the only objection to that would be he's going to ask questions about the amount of time that the police went to the house. I would like the jury to know all of the times they went to the house. I want to make sure that they're given all of the cases. So I would just ask for
Okay.
5-minute recess, please.
How much longer do you have for this witness? About? You know what,
If
let
I'm
me-
using that, it's going to take a little bit.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please do not discuss the case, and you know the rules by now. Sometimes I hate repeating it ad nauseam, but really that's my job. That's why I do it.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
what do I do?
If you can just wait there.
Sit here? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Sir, when the jury is wait for them to go through it and then we'll
Have a recess.
do it. in, but why does it have to be done right now while this gentleman is sitting here and the jurors are waiting?
Judge, we're just asking for a few more minutes because in this pile of police reports, there are police reports that were not received. The defense was not provided, so we're making copies of them. That way that
You can do that later. You don't have to do that in the middle of the testimony of a witness. All right, you all need to stop printing the printer. I'm going to bring the jury in. You can have an opportunity to do that later on.
Sir, have a seat, please.
Bring them in.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, by agreement of the parties, there are a number of police reports that are going to be entered into evidence and made available to view at a later time. Once both sides have an opportunity to go through them and make sure that everything is in order. But so as to not keep you waiting, we're going to do that at another time, and the state is going to finish their questioning of this witness, Mr. Schussler. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schussler, in reference to the number of times that the police were there, you said you don't know who they were for, but you assumed it was for Nick.
That's correct.
Okay. So you would be surprised to learn that 27 of the times were just for Zach and because of him?
I would not be surprised. I really did not care.
Okay. And that 6 of the times were because of both the defendant and his brother? You're unaware of that too?
That's
as
correct.
Well, right?
That's correct.
And 4 of the times were just for the defendant? You didn't know that either?
No, I did not.
And do you know who Henderson or what Henderson Behavioral Health is or Camelot?
No, I do not.
Okay. So were you aware that both Zachary and Nick Cruz were getting counseling services at their home?
No, I was not.
Okay. So you're completely unaware as to all the therapists that came to the house to talk to both the defendant, his brother, and his mother?
I'm only aware of the results and what I observed.
Well, but you're not aware of what therapy the family was getting, are you?
I could see that there was a failing result.
Okay. Good point. So in your view, the defendant may have been getting a lot of therapy, but it wasn't helping?
I saw no change in his behavior. It was consistently getting worse.
Okay. And you didn't know what kind of medication he was on, obviously, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't know what kind of school programs that they were trying to give to the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. And you hadn't seen him for 3 years before this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else? Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
The defense calls Caradad Lancho Harvey.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Ma'am, the microphone that is for you is the one it's stationary, it's directly in front of you. So if you would please scoot your chair up as much as you can and talk into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Caridad Harvey, and my last name is Harvey.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harvey.
Good afternoon.
Did you ever go by another last name?
This is my married name now.
Okay.
And
What was-
previously was Lancho.
Okay, and can you spell that as well, please?
Lancho.
And during the time that you were employed with Henderson Behavioral Health in 2009, is that the name that you went by?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
What's your job? What do you do for work?
I'm a mental health counselor.
And where are you currently employed?
Now I work for Centurion of Florida. It's a company that provides mental health services for the Florida Department of Corrections.
And how long have you been with that agency?
6 years.
And where did you work before that?
I work at the state hospital.
Okay. The forensic hospital?
No, at the Northeast Florida State Hospital.
And what did you do at the state hospital?
My position was rehabilitation therapist.
I'm sorry.
Rehabilitation therapist.
And how long did you work with the state hospital?
I work 2 years.
And before that?
I work for Henderson.
Okay, Henderson Behavioral Health?
Henderson Behavioral Health, yes.
And that is, tell us what Henderson Behavioral Health is, please.
It's an agency that provides behavioral services in the community.
Is it a private agency or is it public?
It's a non-profit and it's private, and it receives fundings from county, I believe, and other sources.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background, please, Ms. Harvey?
Yes, ma'am. I have a master's degree in mental health counseling, and my bachelor's degree is in psychology.
Do you hold any, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No.
Okay. Do you hold any licenses through the state of Florida or the Department of Health?
Yes, ma'am. I have I'm licensed. I'm a licensed mental health counselor, and also I have a certification with the National Certified Counseling Board.
In order to become a licensed mental health counselor, that's also an LMHC, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to have a minimum of a master's degree?
Yes, ma'am. You need a master's degree, and you need postgraduate hours of 2,000 postgraduate hours under supervision.
Can you tell me about the postgraduate hours that are required?
Yes. You have to work those hours in a clinical setting, and you work under a supervised, you have to work under somebody who is licensed in your board.
In the area?
In the area, in the same board.
So in the interim, while you are being supervised and you are accumulating the 2,000 hours of supervision that is required, what would your status have been in terms of a title?
You need to register with the board, and the title is Register Mental Health Intern.
And that is a status that would remain with you until you complete the 2,000 hours of supervision?
Yes, you have to complete the 2,000 hours under supervision, and you also have to pass the board exam, which is the National Counseling Board exam.
Okay, so it's the educational requirement?
Yes.
the hours of supervision, and then the board exams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've now completed all of those 3 requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to draw your attention to October of 2009
Yes, ma'am.
through December 3rd of 2009. Where were you employed during that period?
I was working at Henderson Behavioral Health as part of a program that was called Youth and Family, and I was a therapist.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that particular program was, the Youth and Family Program?
Yes, ma'am. The Youth and Family Program, it was a program that was designed to attend the needs of the family in their home and also in the community.
And your role was a therapist.
Therapist.
Okay. But at that point, were you an intern or were you a licensed therapist?
I was an intern.
Okay. So you were receiving hours towards your supervision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you were providing those services, would your supervisor actually be with you in the homes with the families?
No. Well, I was allowed to meet with the patient and discuss the case with my supervisor.
Okay. And as a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida, certified, and you passed your boards, are you allowed the Baker Act?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what a Baker Act is?
Well, a Baker Act is it's a civil commitment for a person who is at risk of harming himself or others, and it requires an inpatient evaluation for treatment.
Okay. And if you know, what type of individuals are permitted to Baker Act?
It's health professionals working under a license and also law enforcement.
Okay. All right, so may I have a moment, please?
Okay.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Okay, Ms. Harvey, I'm going to show you some documents. Can you please take a look at them? I don't want you to read them into the record, but tell me if you recognize them, please.
Yes, these are my notes, progress notes.
And as you review those documents, those are your progress notes, and as you review those documents, do they accurately reflect your involvement with the Cruz family from October 6, 2009 through March 9th, 2010?
The initial date is accurate, but the ending date is not, because I left the agency December 11 in 2009 because I took another position at another at the state hospital, actually.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to move into evidence what has previously been marked as Defense Exhibit 1B for identification purposes only. It's a composite, Your Honor. And I also have a certificate of records from the records custodian.
State, is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense Composite Exhibit 1B will be received as 34.
just for the record, the date stamp pages of these records are Henderson 672 through 738.
736.
736. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. How do individuals get involved into the youth and family program at Henderson Behavioral Health?
They can obtain services via referral.
Okay.
They need to qualify for certain programs that they may have for a discounted rate.
So does Henderson do a sliding scale in terms of fees?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you remember when you started providing, or the initial contact that you would have had with the Cruz family?
Yes, we got a referral, and then I made a phone call to set up the services with the family and meet.
Okay. And you would have documented that in a progress note?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then at some point, would you have gone to the house to meet with the family after you made the appointment?
Yes, that's correct.
What would have been the purpose of that meeting?
The initial meeting was to understand what was the goal for the services, what was the needs of the family, what do we need to be working on.
Okay. Do you remember what the referral reason was for Nikolas Cruz?
It was because he was already receiving services with a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist referred the family and Nikolas to Henderson for counseling.
Do you remember if there was a particular issue that the psychiatrist referred him to services for?
There were several issues, not one in particular. He was very anxious, and we needed to work on improving his symptoms of anxiety, and also there was conflict in between the siblings. And also, the mother needed to set up some rules in the house, and she needed help with that.
Hence the reason why it's a child and family program. You're trying to service the whole family?
Correct.
Okay. And documentation would have been filled out at that initial interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to show you, and the jury will get this later, so if you don't catch it, that's fine. This is the family interview. Would that have been one of the documents that you originally would have filled out with the family?
Yes,
Can you see
ma'am.
it, ma'am? It should be on the screen in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a behavior or symptoms leading to the referral, and that's some of the things that you just advised the jury of. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Were there any other issues that you didn't mention that this document refreshes your memory as to the referral question?
No.
Let me see if I can. What's PS?
PS is patient.
Okay.
Subject.
Does it appear from looking at this document that the patient, Nikolas Cruz, also had some issues with sleeping at night and obsessive thoughts?
Yes, ma'am.
With repeated behaviors were also reported by M. Is it M, mom?
M is ma'am.
And you also have this is your handwriting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're actually having a conversation with Ms. Cruz?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also, the document also indicates that you want to know about developmental milestones. Why are those important?
Well, they're important because they help us understand if there's any delays on the child. And at that time, he had a speech delay, and he was receiving services for that at school.
So obtaining that information, does that help you in developing a treatment plan and providing services to a family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also maybe potential referrals to other resources?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then the next question that was asked, or that you asked her, was prenatal exposure to drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. And the response to that question was what?
Denied.
Okay. Why is that important information for you to have as a therapist?
Well, it's important because when the use of any substances like drugs and alcohol can impact the child's development, it can impact in a cognitive way and also in a behavioral way.
So having that information, if it is available, would also assist you in making treatment recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
And the treatment plan and the services that you would provide to a child and a family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it also says here, just a moment, please. And then continuing with that intake form, there's information about education and that he's in an ESE program.
He was in ESC program,
And do you understand that to be special education?
special ed. Yes.
And at the time you met with Nicholas, he was in 4th grade.
Correct.
Okay. And was there any indication on this? Is there any indication on this form that there was any issues with educational functioning?
He was doing better in literacy, and no, he was struggling with literacy, but he was better in math. And he was continuing receiving the speech therapy at school.
So from this document, it appears as if he's having some academic struggles, but he's doing okay in other academic areas.
Correct, yes.
And was it your understanding that he was receiving speech and language therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you obviously want to know if there's any prior psychiatric or psychological history. In
Correct.
this document, you have documented that there was some grief counseling.
Yes, it was grief counseling in 2008 related to his father's death.
Okay. And the previous diagnosis, what's RS?
I'm sorry, that's a PS.
Okay, so
Yeah.
patient, and these are all the individual diagnoses that the mom reports to you that she believes was made?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you please tell us what that is, what those were?
A patient was diagnosed previously with mood disorder. NOS is unspecified. ADHD with OCD.
Okay. And then obviously the mom advises you about any kind of medication that he's on at that time, and if it changes, would you want to know that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you have been in touch with the psychiatrist at all that referred the patient to you, or Nick to you?
By reviewing the record, I made a phone call to the office, but I don't recall the outcome or what happened. It was to discuss progress.
Okay. And you also asked some additional questions, and I don't on this document, and I don't want to go through all of them. The jury will have it, but obviously medical history is important. And did you
Yes,
make some
ma'am.
notations about that on this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Family history in general.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Ms. Cruz ever advise you that Nicholas was adopted?
Not at this time of the interview. I think at some point, and I don't have a clear recollection. She didn't say that he was adopted or his brother were adopted.
She did or did not?
She did not.
Okay. Knowing that a child is adopted, why is that important as a mental health provider determining services?
Well, because there may be some issues that we need to be aware or treat. He was very close to his mother, and
I'm sorry.
he was very close to his mother,
Okay.
so maybe some attachment issues. But at that time, we didn't discuss this.
Okay, that's fine. And then under current life situations, the relationship with significant others, and that includes family, friends, and relevant patterns and support systems. Reading this document, what is important to you about the relationships with the significant others that would have contributed to your treatment plan?
Yeah, with environmental factors, we noticed that they didn't have much support as a family. The family lived out of, they didn't live in Florida, and the mother was a widow, and she lacked of that support from friends or family members.
But Mom, you also write down here that Mom is very nurturing and attends to Nick's needs. It doesn't say Nick's, but it says patients, and that would be Nick, right?
Patients' needs, yes, ma'am.
Did you ever question whether or not Linda Cruz loved her son, Nicholas?
No. What we could see when I, went to the home, it was that she was a very caring mother.
And some of the other stressors you indicated was that Nicholas had few friends and bullying reported and conflict with peers at school. Is that correct?
Correct.
And his daily living skills, you didn't see any issues with that?
No, ma'am. The mother reported he was functioning well with that.
Okay. So you're familiar with protective and risk factors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so here we've got some protective factors, right?
That's right.
And those would be what?
The protective factors were that he had a stable home, a caring mother. He lived in a safe neighborhood. He had some friends at his neighborhood. And the mother was attending to the patient's needs.
Okay. And then there's also risk factors that were present, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were some of those risk factors?
There was conflict with his sibling, brother. The lack of a father figure in the house. It was difficult for the mother to enforce some rules at the home.
So being a single parent, is that considered a risk factor if you don't have a support system to help you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why is it important as a single parent, for whatever reason, to have a support system?
Well, it gave her some help in times when she needed probably a break. Also, for the kids when they need a break from the mother, because they were all the time with her. It was intense.
What impact could it potentially have on a child as young as 5 observing the death of one of their parents?
To my knowledge, the father passed when they were very young, and I'm not sure if he passed at his own home.
Okay.
But it was definitely traumatic.
Okay.
Nikolas had problems at night to sleep, and he was always worried about his mom. Like something will happen to her, and she'll be taken away from him. Or that was what we discussed, I remember, at that time.
So this is 678, and this is some additional information that you would have filled out during your intake, which would have included a behavioral checklist. Would that have been based on the information that Mom provided you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once again, you observed that Mom was very nurturing towards the child. And then you also indicate something you just said now, which was that he's scared at night and Mom has to help him to go to sleep. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in terms of temper tantrums, he had frequently crying, yelling towards his brother. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And very worrisome and anxious child. Is that what you observed?
Correct.
And overall, what was the expectations based on Linda of the treatment you were going to receive? What is it that she wanted to get from this?
Well, her request was that to reduce the conflict between the siblings and reduce the anxiety with Nick, who was fearful and had problems to sleep at night. He had also problems focusing sometimes. on certain tasks, homework.
So I think you right here wanted to improve the emotional well-being.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Nikolas tell you that he would like to have from the expectations for the treatment?
For Nikolas, I think it was to be happy and to be safe.
Okay. And then you do an interview with the patient or the child, or in this case, Nikolas, and you write down some general observations. These are things that you see, not what anybody is telling you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In terms of general observation, what was your observations of Nikolas initially back in October of 2009?
Patient presented as of thin build, average height for his age level. Patient had good hygiene and was able to establish eye contact with the therapist. Patient displayed a sad mood. His affect was appropriate to content. Patient was cooperative throughout the session, and patient appeared non-aggressive.
So the Nikolas appeared non-aggressive to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you ever made aware, either from Nikolas or from his mom, that he was in fact aggressive? Either at home or at school?
He had some incidents of aggression. Nothing that was uncontrollable. Was one incident when we were doing a session, but he was redirected and he was able to resume the session. So he was only 11 years old, I believe.
Okay. So tell me what a typical session would look like. Is it you and him?
Yes, we did. The program allow us to do 1 hour, one therapy hour with the patient, and 1 therapy hour with his sibling, who was a patient also. And at the end of the session, at the 3rd hour, we met as a family, doing a family therapy. And that was to, indicate what was going to be the task for the week or the homework and the things that they need to be working out for that week.
Okay. So it sounded like your visits were very structured.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you met with Nikolas, it was individualized attention.
Correct.
And so you didn't see some of that aggression that was reported at home when you were not there or at school. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you asked, and this is on 682, you asked Nikolas some additional questions about what he thought his strengths were, and what did he tell you?
He said that for his strengths, he understands animals, and he also said, I can swim good.
And then there's a question I guess you ask all of your patients, like if they had 3 wishes, what would those wishes be?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were his 3 wishes?
One of his wishes was bring my dad alive, pet a penguin, and learn about animals and space.
And he tells you his expectations for therapy would things would get better?
Yes.
Okay. And you do a mental health status from that initial intake, and that's something you would do every time you met with him, is that correct?
Correct.
And what would a mental health status mean? You're just checking for what?
It's an assessment of the mental state of the patient at the moment of the session. it talks about, his physical appearance, his behavior, his mood, thinking and perception, and if he was oriented to what we were doing.
Okay, so I have page 683 in front, and this would have been from that initial meeting that you had with him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so overall, what you got from that, those first impressions, low self-esteem, low frustration tolerance, and that he displayed an anxious mood and was hypervigilant during sessions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what hypervigilant during the session looks like? What would he have been doing, if you remember?
Well, it's a clinical term we use when a person is overly concerned with his surroundings, and he had a problem focusing because he's watching what's going on around him.
And would that contribute, in your opinion, as his therapist, to the anxiety that he would have?
Yes, it's one of the symptoms for anxiety.
So, and then you do some clinical impressions and an evaluation / behavior justifying the diagnosis. What was the diagnosis that you gave Nikolas based on the presentation that he had for you?
Yes, according to the DSM-4, it was 300, which is anxiety disorder, NOS, not specified.
Okay. And you also made some clinical observations, which included the information that you were provided by the mom about what school he was at, what grade, and what services he was receiving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, was this one of your first cases, one of your first families in your therapeutic career?
He was one of the first ones, yes.
Okay. So from that meeting, do you develop a treatment plan?
Correct.
Okay. Would Nick have participated in development of the treatment plan?
He did.
Okay. Would you also have filled out a document that is referred to as a Children's Global Assessment Scale? What is the purpose, and I'm going to put that on the screen, it's page 686. What is the purpose of having this document filled out?
Well, that indicates the severity of the mental illness. The global assessment of functioning it was part of the DSM-4, which is being revised now as a DSM-5, but at that time we used to use it as part of the diagnosis tool.
Just one moment, please, Ms. Harvey, because I can't, it's blurry. I need help from Mr. Ian, please. Okay. Thank you, sir. Do you still use the Children's Global Assessment Scale currently?
No, we're not using it anymore.
So this assessment is very subjective and can change from day to day. Is that correct?
It is subjective and changes.
Okay. So on October 8th of 2009, you scored Nikolas at a 43. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what would that have meant in terms of his assessment?
Well, it indicates the level of impairment that he showed at that time of the interview, and mostly because his symptoms of anxiety, obsessions, also he had difficulties with peers and at home with his sibling.
So, difficulty with peers, do you believe that he had impaired social skills? Or at this point, are you able to tell?
He had problems with his peers at school. I remember, I'm not sure if it was at the ESE program particularly or before,
Okay.
but it was mentioned to me by the mother.
Did you know that he hit other children at school?
No.
Do you know that he destroyed school property?
He had an incident with a teacher, I remember, but I'm not quite sure.
Did that incident? If you don't remember the details, that's fine. And if you can't answer my question, that's fine. But did that particular incident involve aggression?
I don't recall.
Okay. So 43 puts him in this 41 to 50 range, which is moderate degree of interference in functioning in most social areas or severe impairment in functioning in one area. And I think you read off some of that information, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you also fill out a family environment domain document?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
687. What is the purpose of having this filled out, ma'am?
It indicates of the level of in which the family is functioning. It was scoring to a 4.
And what does that mean?
But that means that the family has some problems, not necessarily all of those listed in that category, but it says definitely the possibility of a situational mental instability within a family member. And because we had 2 patients, one was Nikolas and the other was his brother, and there was conflict, and there was aggression, sometimes physical and sometimes verbal. We were working on that.
So did you have any reason to believe during the time that you were providing services to the Cruz family that there was any issues with any addictions with drugs or alcohol involving Ms. Cruz?
There was no indication.
Okay. So what would have been applicable for you at that point would have been the mental instability?
Mental stability, correct.
During the whole time you provided services, did you ever think, or were you ever under the impression that Mrs. Cruz was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then eventually all of that information that you collect on that first meeting ends up in this document, correct? Which is the Youth Therapeutic Service Treatment Plan.
Yes.
Okay. And the focus is the top part, which is the obsessive thoughts, the fears, the frequent crying, the isolation, the sleep disturbances, irritability, anger, and low self-esteem. That becomes kind of like the global theme of your treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you once again indicate the protective factors, which you've checked there. And those are good things, right? Because those could promote the ability for the services to be successful, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So do you always try and focus on maybe 2 goals that you want to achieve through services?
At that age, yes.
Okay. And would Nikolas have told you what his goals were and then you developed the plan in response to that?
Correct.
Can you tell us what Nikolas's goals were?
I would like to be, I would like to feel safe is his first goal. And the second goal is I would like to be happy.
Okay. And then I don't need you to read all of this because the jury will get this, but measurable objectives, is this the services that you're going to provide in order to actually achieve the goals?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the anticipated length of treatment is also there, is that correct?
Yes, it has an initial, in the beginning time and the completion date.
And the goal is to identify target issues?
Yeah, that was, yes. The short-term goal was to identify 1 to 5 situations in which he feels unsafe and will provide 2 coping skills to manage his fears.
And do you remember what some of Nikolas's fears were?
His fears were, he had fear at night, and he had the fear that something may happen to his mom, but he didn't say specifically why.
Did you find that abnormal, or?
It was excessive fear.
And do you think that was also because he lost his father?
It probably was because he only had his mother.
So, did you ever communicate with anybody at school about the services he was receiving there?
We sent forms. I remember we requested release of information, and then we sent a questionnaire, but I don't recall getting it back from the school.
In the records that you had, the clinical file, was there anything in there that indicated any communication between you and the school?
When I requested the record and when I sent the release of information.
Okay. So, do you feel like you were connected or able to communicate as to what services Nikolas was receiving at school?
Well, the mother, she kept me informed about how was his progress in his grades, and he had improvement in school, but I didn't see any document from school specifically. I don't recall that part.
So you're kind of relying on mom to fill you in as to what's going on at school.
Correct.
So when I asked you the question, were you aware of aggression at school towards children? You didn't know that because you weren't told that. Is that correct?
No, my impression was that was previous to his placement on ESC,
Okay.
but I'm not totally sure about that.
That's okay. When you see that a child is anxious and worried like Nikolas was, what does that tell you at such a young age?
That he feels very stressed and he has difficulties coping.
So you're working on helping him with skills to
Feel safe.
What type of therapy were you implementing? Was there any particular name or type of therapy?
We were trained on CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy.
Now, having had an opportunity, you had, how many sessions did you have with Nikolas?
I had 7 sessions.
Okay. And
with the family, including Nikolas.
Okay, because you have that 1 hour with Nikolas, 1 hour with Zachary, and then 1 hour with the family.
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up leaving Henderson Behavioral Health before you completed treatment with Nikolas?
Correct. When the therapist leaves, the case will get transferred to another therapist.
Okay.
So I made sure that I met with the family and explained my reasons for leaving, and explained that he will continue services with another provider, and you know, all the information gets passed to the next therapist.
Okay, so you would have made sure that whoever the new therapist was had all of your documentation and was prepared to continue with the treatment plan. Is that correct? Do you remember initially how long you had recommended treatment in this particular program?
I don't remember, but the treatment plan only has, it's time limited. We can revise the goals and restate the goals or create new goals for therapy. But the document that I was able to review, it says February when the goal will be completed.
Okay. Okay. And your last treatment session with Nikolas was when?
December 11 or 3rd. I'm not sure because I think I left the 11.
Okay.
So it must be the 3rd.
And during the meetings that you did have with Nikolas, can you describe what his affect was like?
His affect?
Yes. And what that means. Sorry, what that means.
His affect is the expression that we can see when we see the patient. His mood was sad and his affect was congruent, so he appeared sad.
Did it appear to you during the sessions that you had with Nikolas that he was understanding the things that you were telling him?
He did.
Okay. Was he cooperative with therapy?
Most of the time he was. Sometimes it was difficult because the session is kind of long, it's 45 minutes. And sometimes during the session we need a redirection, but
Overall cooperative?
yes, overall, yes.
Okay. And did you get the impression, based on the review of your notes, that Nikolas had poor impulse control?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in some of your notes, you always do that mental health status check, right? Like you did for your first meeting? Okay. And did he continue to have those fears, frequent fears? I think you had indicated that they were very excessive.
Yes, at the beginning his fears were excessive in affecting his daily life. And I believe, I'm sure that the mother established a routine so it will help him relax at night.
So I'd like to show you the progress note from November 3rd of 2009. At the end of this note, you said that you were trying to help him stop his catastrophic thoughts. Tell me what that means. I mean, that word really caught my attention. So what type of thoughts are you talking about in using such a strong word to describe those thoughts?
Yes, we use that word to describe thoughts of extreme fear that make the person think that there's going to be a bad outcome on something that he's thinking of, something that is going to be ending in tragedy or death.
And how was his progress throughout the 7 times that you saw him? And you can look at your notes, or I can show you your notes if that refreshes your memory.
The progress?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. When we do therapy with a child, we use different ways to help them understand the impact of thoughts in our behaviors. What we did is trying to explain that there's some thoughts that are not healthy to keep, and we need to move on and switch it for another thought that is more helpful or healthy, something that we do to help them understand how they can manage their thoughts. He had happy thoughts. Some thoughts that he shared with me was that he loved animals. He wanted to be at the zoo, things like that. They bring him joy. Those kind of thoughts we tried to work with him when he experienced fear.
Did you have some success with that?
I believe yes, because there were not too many sessions. However, there was some progress, and I believe it's in one of the notes where the mother reported that there was less conflict at home.
Yes. I'll show you that note.
Okay.
November 12th, 2009. So we're having some of the interventions and strategies that you have suggested and are trying to implement are actually working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mom says there's fewer conflict. He still has some issues with being impatient and impulsive. And it says here that he needs increased activity and physical exercise with his daily routines. But overall, he's making some progress.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do we maintain good progress with children?
Well, with positive reinforcement, and there was a system at home. There was a system that the mother implemented for positive reinforcement.
And is that something that you taught her how to do, a strategy that you helped her implement?
She already knew about it. Yes. She showed me the system she had about some kind of tokens, and they could exchange it for things they wanted.
A token? Did you say token?
Tokens, yeah.
Okay. And when you left and you had completed your 7 sessions, was it your opinion that services needed to continue?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware that services did not continue and that Ms. Cruz actually stopped services?
No.
So when we have a child that's making progress, in your experience as a therapist, and because of your in-home therapy with not only the child and the family, and you stop those services, is it surprising to you that it actually stops the progress, the positive behavior that the child is having?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have a moment, please?
Okay.
Your Honor, before she was answering, we have just a quick sideline.
Sure.
Ms. Harvey, when you had your last treatment session with the Cruz family, did you have any other additional contact with them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware that there were other, you call them episodes during periods of service through Henderson Behavioral Health, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that they had 2 additional times where they received services from Henderson Behavioral Health?
After I left?
Yes.
No, because I didn't have any more contact with the family or with the agency.
Okay. Were you aware that he also received therapeutic services from Camelot Community Care?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know that he had 2 different psychiatrists and a clinical psychologist that provided services after your services?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know anything about those services or the consistency of those services or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions. Mr. Marcus, would you like me to leave the documents up here?
Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, state whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Miss Harvey. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm just going to go over a few of the pages and ask you for some comments or some questions about them, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you, what time of the day would you go over to see them?
Mostly afternoons,
Okay, after school?
after school, yes, sir.
Okay, and were you aware of what services Nikolas was getting at the school?
He was in ESC classes, in speech therapy. And I think he had a guidance counselor. That's
Mr. Newnham, do you remember that name? Mr. Newnham? I know it's a number of years, you probably don't remember the name. No? Okay. What about, and I'm using first names because of the brothers, so Zachary, do you recall what services he was receiving?
He was also a patient, and he was receiving behavioral services at that time.
He was having behavioral issues as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you go to the house. Is it you go by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you take a county car or a personal car there? Do you know?
It was my personal car.
Okay. And when you get there, where do you go into the house?
Well, we had an area designated for meeting, which was a small dining room.
A dining room. Do you remember the house in Parkland?
Yes, I do.
And was it a nice house?
It was a very nice house.
Okay. Everything in order there? Seemed like it was in order or?
It was very neat.
Very neat. Okay. Mrs. Cruz kept a nice home for her sons?
Very clean. Very
Okay.
nice.
And you consider that a safe neighborhood for children to be raised?
Very nice neighborhood.
Okay. So a lot of advantages from probably other homes that you've seen in your career and other environments that children have to live in?
Correct.
Okay. On page 676, the defense went over some of these things from Coral Springs Elementary and his struggles in literacy, better in math. Did it also report that his last report card was B's and C's?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And at this point, no history of truancy, suspensions, and expulsions?
Denied.
Denied. Okay. You talked about Mrs. Cruz being a nurturing mother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what made you think that?
Well, I saw her, how she interacted with her children. She, the words she used with them. She make them ready for the sessions, giving them snacks. They were clean. She was involved in their care.
She would attend to their needs as you indicate here, nurturing and attending to their needs?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an understanding at this point how difficult the two children were for her?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
There was conflict between the siblings. Sometimes the verbal aggression escalated to physical aggression. And it was difficult for the mother to enforce rules at the house.
What about the children with her?
They both love her or show their love to her. However, they competed for her attention in a negative way. They competed in a negative way, trying to get her attention.
Okay. Did you, at this stage of their age now, Zachary was, do you recall his birth being February 21st, 2000? Do you have that?
Birth?
Is that right?
I don't have documents for Zachary at this moment.
Okay. All right. And the defendant's birth date being September 24th, 1998?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So they were a year and about 5 months apart, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You described the defendant as being thin-billed but average height for his age. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that he had a low frustration tolerance. Did you know of his aggressions at home?
Yes, I was informed about that by the mother.
In terms of what kind of aggressions were you aware of?
It was physical aggressions toward his brother, but it was mutual. It wasn't Zachary or Nikolas being aggressive towards Zachary, but it was both.
So the defendant could be aggressive towards his brother, correct?
Correct.
And Mrs. Cruz was protective of Nikolas Cruz, wasn't she?
She was protective of both.
Okay. She loved both, right?
Correct.
But she said that Nikolas was bullied at school, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And, but yeah, you found out that he was also very aggressive towards other people at school, correct?
The incident that I recall it was mentioned, I don't remember if it was aggression. I remember something happened with the teacher, but this is a long time ago.
The picture that Mrs. Cruz was giving to you was poor Nikolas. He's a victim of bullying at school, correct?
In certain way, yes.
I'm sorry?
In certain way, he was bullied at school, and it was reported at school. It was reported that he was bullied at school.
Well, where?
It has to be in a school record, probably.
Okay, so we would have to look at the school records if we were to find that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You certainly can't know at your time what happens later on in middle school, for example, correct, or high school?
Correct.
Because that hadn't occurred yet, correct?
Correct.
But you never talked to Mr. Newnham, the counselor, about him hitting students, hitting teachers, being destructive, destroying school property. You didn't know about those things?
No, because
And-
he was in 4th grade when I
I understand.
was his therapist.
Okay. But Mrs. Cruz wasn't telling you about those things either.
No.
Okay. Nevertheless, in your time with the defendant, you found that he was making progress and increased interaction with his brother, correct?
Increase the positive interactions?
Positive
Yes.
interactions.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so to a certain extent, there was some progress, correct?
Some.
And that's a good thing. And there was fewer conflicts. If we look at November 12th of '09, it's at page 694, which I'll show you. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And is this where you describe that there is progress, fewer conflicts?
Correct. Mother reported to therapist that patient and brother had fewer conflicts over the past week.
And I'm sure Mrs. Cruz was happy with the progress, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, can you tell us about, was there progress there still?
Patient reported to therapist being able to manage his fears at night and getting a better sleep at night.
In reference to his brother, has he improved with his brother?
Patient, mother, and brother have improved daily interaction. Patient has been able to deal with frustration and decrease verbal aggression with brother. Patient continues struggling toward his goal of mood improvement.
Okay, thank you. And on page 732, the mother indicated, Mrs. Cruz indicated that she, let me get it out there for you, to refresh your recollection. And this may be after you had left.
Correct. This is the therapist that took over the case.
So on, actually, I'm not sure you're looking at where I was. On January 12th, 2010, TH called to confirm appointment. Who is TH?
Therapist?
Okay. And that's not you now. You're gone already. Correct?
No, that's another therapist.
Okay. Mother stated patient has had great improvements and no longer interested in therapy, and the case was closed thereafter, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what cognitive behavioral therapy is, please?
It's one of the modalities we use to treat patients to make changes and reach goals. We explain to the patients how cognitions affect their feelings and how feelings affect their behaviors and how they are all interconnected.
Is that an accepted mode of therapy?
Yes, it is. It is evidence-based.
And it's still used today?
It is still used.
Did you observe any bullying of the defendant in your presence by his brother?
There was an incident when they both got into a fight. They were redirected by the mother and me, and we were able to resume our session.
Is that the incident of aggression you were referring to earlier in your testimony?
Correct.
And that was Zachary's aggression?
Zachary toward Nikolas.
Okay. You didn't observe any aggression by the defendant in your presence, did you?
No.
Okay. He was able to control his behavior just fine in your presence?
No, he engaged on that incident. They both.
Zachary started it, and then Nick engaged?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the only incident?
That was the only incident, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, I know you don't have your Zachary information with you, do you recall that in an evaluation of Zachary he had indicated some suicidal ideation?
I recall that I discussed it with my supervisor, and we requested a psych eval.
And again, this isn't about Zachary, but Zachary had his own problems, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was the defendant cooperative through therapy with you?
I can say he was.
Okay. And he liked the attention of therapy?
He did.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Harvey. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else?
So I'll get this together for you. Just leave this for you.
Ms. Harvey, most of the children that you meet with one-on-one, do they enjoy that attention?
He did. They both did.
Would most of the children that you've seen over the course of your career enjoy the attention that they get when it's just one-on-one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Marcus asked you if you drove your personal vehicle to the home when you conducted your sessions.
Correct.
Okay. Does Henderson have any vehicles?
Not for us to use at that time, at least. We were reimbursed mileage.
Okay. What is the Youth Crisis Mobile Van? Is that something affiliated with Henderson? Yes?
I wasn't involved with that, but I believe there's a mobile van that responds to crisis calls and brings the team, therapist, and
in fact, would that have been one of the resources that you would have, and I'm looking at page 736, provided the Cruz family, as if there's a moment of crisis at the home that Ms. Cruz could contact, yes, for crisis intervention?
yes, ma'am.
And you would have done that at your first session, which would have been October 6th, 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happens when you call the crisis intervention line? Do you know?
Well, I do. They will try to solve the conflict and resolve the crisis and make a plan.
Okay. So could the crisis be resolved sometimes just from a phone call?
I'm not sure if they do the phone call or they go to the home.
Okay. So the Youth Emergency Service has a mobile crisis van that could respond to your home. Could respond to the caller's home. I apologize.
They do have a mobile response, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Defense, go ahead and call your next witness when you're ready.
First, the defense has no other witnesses.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're going to end a little bit early today. Please remember the admonition. I'm sure you all could recite it yourselves by this point, which is okay, because that would mean that you know it very well. Do not discuss the case, even with your friends and family members. Do not do any research. Do not look anything up on any mobile device. Do not post on any blogs or websites. Do not talk among each other about the case. Leave your notepads behind, and I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a safe drive. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're in recess until tomorrow. We'll start at 9:15 to give the jurors an opportunity to get here and get to where they need to be.